Okay, we are going to try this again. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. Welcome to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Hopefully, we're all doing all right. I apologize for the hiccup the stream experienced. The computer just basically melted down. I had no choice but to shut it down and restart. So here's to hoping that doesn't happen anymore. And also, I'm fairly sure there are parts of the icon I'm looking at that I have to go back and do. But that's for a later time. Hey there, NK. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. Before we begin, I would like to first thank Mr. Rowan Darcy and Devious Grace for their Twitch subscriptions. Those help more than you know. Please enjoy all the nice benefits that come along with the subscriptions. And while I don't have any one-off patrons or donators or coffee members, I would like to thank people who have donated in the past all the same. But without further ado, no doubt we want to get to the stream as quickly as humanly possible. So let's figure out what kinds of morphs I need to make to my setup to get this to work. Maybe something like this. This looks reasonable enough. Last time on Breath of the Wild, we mostly dealt with stuff in the Tibanthan frontier. You can stream on YouTube now? Cool. Yeah, I was going to follow up with how are your, YouTube streaming issues going, but you beat me to it. I'm glad that those issues resolved themselves. Okay, let me put a timer on the screen for 5 minutes. So now I'll sit up straight for those 5 minutes. So, last time... oh, right. I only need to finish a sentence here. Yeah, we also did some stuff around Lake Totori. We completed some quests. We did some shrines. And we collected a good chunk of Korok seeds. Now, we're going to do even more of the same. We're going to do exactly this for at least another 4 episodes. Today, Monday, another 3. Excuse me. We do have a vote block item going on in my Discord to determine where we're going next. Like, what major thing are we doing next? If you guys want to get in on that, please feel free to type in !Discord. And for you guys on YouTube... please also feel free to type in *Discord to provide yourselves that link. Thank you. I don't have any on-hand water, but I do have myself some nice tasty cheer wine, so thank you for that. Much appreciated. How is everyone? What's your day looking like? Did you wake up feeling refreshed and nourished this morning? I had a bowl of cereal and some almond milk because I have some lactose sensitivities and intolerances and can't exactly drink that stuff. I can't drink the regular stuff. I gotta have the oat milk, the almond milk, the plant milk. Can't have the real thing. Such a shame. There are some things I'm willing to put myself through lactose or like irritable bowel syndrome for, IBS. That's what happens when you ingest something you're intolerant to, by the way. Cheese, ice cream sometimes, and a few other things, but for the most part, I tend to just I try not to eat quite so many, dairy products. Those really get to me. It's nothing life-threatening, but it's painful. Okay, let me figure out what Korok seeds we have not started with yet. Oh, right. I remember the thing I was doing with this. We are gonna be... Does aged cheese work? Probably not. I mean, I can eat it. It's not like it's inedible to me. I don't get like a necrotic reaction from eating cheese. It's just painful. I can eat any dairy product I want. I just suffer for it. I've had some pretty fine aged Gouda before. Oh, the smoky stuff, the best stuff. But I try to do less of that these days for obvious reasons. I think I know exactly where we're going to start, and it's going to be toward Rospro Pass. We are going to start by equipping a rod so that we have some level of temperature tolerance to work with, and we're going to start heading up this way. I have a question for folks. Answer only if you feel comfortable in answering, of course, because, you know, I'm... Is anyone else getting game audio? Let me try swinging a few things here. Okay. You do? Good. Good. I was really worried that for whatever reason, something just sounded funny to me, hearing it back through my headphones. So I wanted to make sure, you know, the capture card wasn't freezing or acting up or acting funny.
Sex.
Thank you for the redemption. Yes, for those of you on Twitch. Sorry, YouTube. I do have some shiny pink buttons for you to press. If you look at your chat prompt in the bottom left-hand corner, will be some chat points, along with the bits that you currently have. Bits cost money, channel points do not. Anything in pink has an audio clip associated with it.
Do you always have to yap?
No, I don't. But I might as well talk about the things that are actually important, right? Might as well demo the features. You never know what fresh people might come in and not know what to do with the nice shiny pink buttons. I'm wanting to check out this cabin. I don't remember what's here. I think the shield surfing contest might be here. But first, I'm definitely not passing up on some luminous stones. We do need these for money. Please don't all give me flint and nothing but flint. I mean, I'll never refuse the services of a Golden Sun Gin by that name, but I certainly don't want all flint.
Oh, yeah.
Greetings, traveler. Okay, Yiga clan member. This guy doesn't have a name on him. All right. Take sippies before we have to do any fighting. Much better. Going back to my question I was gonna ask. Do any of you guys have any food allergies out there? You don't need to get like graphic or super detailed, but like a yay, if so, what? Or otherwise, no, not really. The only real food allergy I have is like lactose. Although if I continue eating tomato and it continues giving me issues, let's say, then I may or may not need to add nightshade allergies to the list of things I am dealing with, to say the least. No, that's fair. And I knew about my lactose intolerance for a long time, but the nightshade thing appears to be rather new. At least for me. Tomatoes are in the nightshade family. That's a family of plants, for those who don't know. I don't know if it's tomato flesh or tomato seeds yet, but if it's flesh, it's tomato. If it's seeds, it's nightshade. Which would be awful, because I love tomatoes. But if I can't eat them, I can't eat them. Well, or at least without causing myself pain. Excuse me, young traveler, but if I may be so bold, you look quite troubled. The flattest expression in the world with eyes only. Yeah, that looks troubled. Perhaps a glimpse into what your future holds will bring comfort to your spirit. That is. May I tell you your fortune? Nah, thanks. I don't need my fortune read. Yeah, I thought so. Perhaps that is for the best. Some things may be better off left unknown. Like how today is the day your life is ended. Now die. Hot damn, dude. Let's pull out the blizzard rod. We all know this combo by now. I didn't mean to swing it twice, but whatever. Well, that didn't take long. I know every trick in the book when it comes to these Iga or Yiga people. Never, ever, ever will I be hoodwinked by them. Basically, the tell is always pay attention to the nameplate. If you see the nameplate and it doesn't say a specific name, all the NPCs in this game have a specific name, then you will in fact, you are in fact talking to a Yiga clan member. Hey there, Razby. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well and well in health and in spirits, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You watched a debunk video on some anti-5G device? Tell me more about it. I know my basics about 5G, but I don't really know too much beyond, it's a more advanced network. Hello, frozen trout. Being frozen has condensed the taste of fish inside this trout's body. Eating it will provide a temporary boost to your heat resistance. Fun fact, anytime you've got frozen meat, you can eat it raw, just like this. This frozen trout, there's nothing you can do with it except eat it. So just something to be mindful of. The same thing is true if you I'm trying to think. I don't think. Yeah, I think this is just for chilled meat. Anytime you chill something, it gains a heat resistance effect. And that's pretty much it. That's all it'll ever do. First, let me grab my tinfoil hat. Sure. Hey, you never know when you might need it for Illuminati protection. You met a person in real life who experienced this kind of extreme fear mongering. They weren't like an Amish person or something, were there? You can eat raw fish and sushi, which is prepared fish. Yes, you can eat that raw. I do love a good sashimi. I'm very much a fan of sashimi. It just has to be prepared right. Because fish sometimes have parasites, and if it's not prepared right, well, guess what? You have parasites now. Some of which pass, some of which don't just pass and require treatment, which can be fairly expensive. I don't recommend eating raw fish if you're not comfortable with the idea of putting your life in some other chef's hands. There's absolutely nothing wrong with not eating raw fish. Sashimi is a very adaptive taste, because that would be what the S key would have been near. Yeah. And it's kind of an acquired taste as well. Not just simply it depends on how it's prepared, but the bigger takeaway is that it's an acquired taste and texture too. If you don't like the feel of raw flaky fish on your tongue, you're not going to enjoy sushi and sashimi. My dad is very much an example of the texture and the taste of raw fish just do not suit him. Never mind the fact that he's deathly allergic to shellfish. And of course, because you can't tell the difference between cooked fish and cooked shellfish, at least some shellfish, Might as well not eat any cooked fish. Plus, my dad gutted a lot of fish growing up, so you tend to lose your taste for fish that way. It made me feel a bit upset, not at him or anything. Yes, I know what you're talking about. But people calling anti-5Gers stupid. Well, he wasn't anti-5G, he was on that path. And really, those people are not really stupid. They've just experienced a big handful of traumatic events and experienced lots of undirected fear that goes, radiation sounds bad, therefore 5G is harmful. Yep, it's the same movement as anti-vaxxers. It's exactly the same movement. Just replace it like vaccines with 5G. People will always have a fear and distrust of the unknown when paired with personal trauma related to that thing. Or especially going back to vaccines, you know, I don't agree with the anti-vaccine stance, but I could certainly see why if someone lost a son or a daughter or a family member to vaccine malpractice or complications in which the hospital failed to meet standards regularly over and over again, you would probably also develop a fear or distrust of medical professionals. I know because we've watched that play out in real time across the globe. The fear has like a sort of, it's like a built-in boomerang effect almost, and the stronger the fear, or the more intense the trauma, the more people tend to recoil at that sort of thing. Sorry, we're getting off to a rather glacial start, pardon the pun. The way fear works and traumatic events work, it's pretty easy to predict that. Such groups in society will always exist. Yup. Absolutely. And it is the disgust from the average individual towards them that makes it so much worse and makes it a problem. Yeah, I'll say, and it very much leads to people having chips on their shoulder. And will undo what would otherwise be like rational policy or, you know, a rational practice out of revenge or not wanting to be confronted with that fear or trauma anymore. And joining the chorus of people that have all had a bad experience that cannot be justifiably countered with evidence. The only thing left to these people is to go on a campaign of revenge. Some people, the less extreme ones, would say, well, at least make the vaccine a choice. Make 5G a choice. Not realizing that that's not at all how technological advancements work. And if you want society to move forward and not be stuck in the past, you don't. Hold on. If you don't want society to be stuck in the past, you accept some level of, like, ill tidings from the technology at hand. Okay, I think that takes care of all of them. I think that's just one horn? Yeah, we can leave that. The sad part is that the fear doesn't even come from the tech or the vaccines. Right, exactly. It's the trauma from the rest of their lives that is interpreted as the problem of being those things. Exactly. And really, there's nothing you can do for these people except you need to meet them where they're at. That's step number one. You need to show them that their fear is realized. You need them to know that you get where they're coming from. But then you need to calmly dispel or redirect that fear to either the actual thing that happened, or you need to explain why everybody deals with these things, and it's not just a fear that you alone have, that person alone has. And then after that, it's just a matter of persuading them to gently jump down the mountain of fear. So what happens if they manage to, I don't know, eradicate technology? Ask the anarcho-primalists that question. They'll just move on because the fear will remain because that wasn't causing the fear in the first place. Right. Exactly. I think this is a new talus. It is. It is a new talus. Let's go ahead and snap a picture of that. I have to clear the album, apparently. Cool. No, I don't want to do that. I want to select all of them. Thank you. There's something specific I want to say, and I can't quite dredge it out of... I can't quite dredge it out of my mind to say it. It's not coming to me. So I guess let me say something else. I think, I mean, it's fine. We talk about all kinds of things on this channel. I don't want you to feel as though you can't chime in with something because it would disrupt the experience. That's not a fear you should have here on this channel, at least. I feel like now more than ever, the modern era is definitely proving to be one shaped by fear and revenge. Two emotions I know very well, like the back of my hand. One of the things that I think I talked about in the tea house, but like right before stream, was the Kohlberger trial. That no matter what the outcome of the trial is, bad actors are going to use that as the impetus to stoke fear, create division, and drive hatreds. Like, it doesn't matter what the outcome of the trial is. Kohlberger could be innocent. Kohlberger could be guilty as charged, guilty beyond all doubt, and guilty as sin, and the result wouldn't matter. For those who don't know, Kohlberger is the last name of the serial killer who is currently being tried for a string of killings in the U.S. He had a trial maybe within the last few days, and his defense or lawyers used the excuse of, well, he's autistic, and is specifically on the spectrum, so he know not what he do. He know not what he's doing. He cannot possibly be totally, completely culpable for his crimes, all of his killings, and his prosecution will send a death knell to every autist in the United States everywhere. That's what the defense would have you believe.
Do you always have to yap?
Sorry, yes, I should be playing instead of yapping. Oh, I need to get that official diagnosis faster now. Kappa. Yep, just I go on a large diatribe about it. Please tell me that looks like a rhino? Yeah, it's a rhino. All right, that was the thing I was wondering about. I'm sorry, that was a clear headshot. I guess maybe it wasn't a clear headshot. Yeah, very much ice talus beware. But there are tricks to dealing with them. First trick is ice arrows. You want these suckers. You wanna thaw out the talus. And why do you want to thaw it out? Because standing on the surface of a frost talus will freeze you solid. I looked at the conversation and man, that's more text per information block than my textbooks from uni. I can't help it. I can't help it. I try not to go on long diatribes, and I don't think it was the longest diatribe I have ever gone on or anything, but there just isn't anything. Well, I'm sorry. That is not accurate. I knew I was missing something. Sorry, yes, I turned off. We're gonna have to manually run some timers until we get resynced up with the real world clock somehow. Let me go back and respond to comments before continuing. And making sure we haven't missed anyone on YouTube. Doesn't appear to be the case. You look, yep. Right, already replied to that one. I'm not sure I want to see the longest, but it's just the way you describe it. BRB, very well. I'll reply to your statement when you come back. There we go. Got him. Mr. Darcy's trick has been supremely useful, although it eats through weapons like nobody's business. Like, really, truly. It's nice to know that if I want to just put an end to a talus, I can do that. Spin attack is common for you? I mean, if you have like a constant supply of really durable weapons, then yeah, I could actually see that. I could see where it's just better to quickly kill the talus and move about your business. I don't know. I just think I get a lot more mileage out of not doing that. You do it just to unlock Calamity Ganon? Ooh. Well, that is interesting tech. Yeah, I imagine if you've got a big enough weapon, like a crusher or something, yeah, I could totally see that. Let me just make sure I'm zoomed in correctly. I think it's like up here. That's where this Korok seed is. Probably a fairy light, if I had to guess. Well, what do you know? Royal Claymore. Ah, so it doesn't even have to be a crusher. It just has to be a really good two-handed weapon. Makes sense. Speedrunners use it? I can imagine. I am unfortunately not a speedrunner. The Royal Guard Claymore? Right, so yeah, it's the next step up from the Royal gear, right? It's the type of thing you typically get in Hyrule Castle. That sounds about right. Alright, so what we're gonna do now is head over this way, see if there's like a weapon or something we can get, and then keep moving around Hebra. I think what I should probably do here is take like a small break. I'll only take like 30 seconds at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then we'll see if we can't turn on some timers and stuff. I do want to thank people for, you know, hanging in there with me. As, you know, we've had stream difficulties today. For you guys on YouTube, you may have noticed I had to change the stream title and everything. And, like, basically hit resubmit. Not my finest hour, I know, but I do appreciate everybody, you know, giving me latitude and being understanding about that stuff. If you get lucky or use the WMC glitch, you could get it up to more than 100 damage. WMC? What glitch is that? If you don't mind my asking. We're headed towards this, like, fort area. Weapon modifier corruption? Ah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, at least the title of it makes sense to me. Yeah, I want you to, like, fall over, good sir. If you guys like this content and you hadn't done so already, please consider subscribing on YouTube or, you know, following on Twitch. Those are free, easy ways to help the channel grow. And on YouTube, on Twitch, you even get some sweet emotes for your trouble. Isn't that neat? I worked pretty hard on some of those. Some of those I got on commission, but for a good chunk of them are now things I've drawn myself, and I'm feeling pretty pleased about that. You see, it is 2 p.m. So I'm gonna run a 30-second ad break, and when we come back, I will just turn on some timers again, and we should be good. I'll see you guys after this abbreviated break. Thank you. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I've got timers turned on again and everything, so we should be good to go. Thank you again for your patience. Going back to comments or the chat room here. Recommend not doing it? Yeah, corruption sounds like a bad time. Like a whole save corrupting mess. I'm gonna shift this down a bit now, and the fine-tuning camera settings is always pretty touchy. Hello. Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, I don't think, this is gonna get a little messy for just a couple of seconds. Okay, that's a lot of, like, the guys who are immediately mobbing us on the ground. I was expecting some arrows, though. What was I saying? And let me make sure I've replied to everything. I was riding on the way back home last night with a friend in the car. In his car that he so graciously, spent gas on to keep me safe and guide and take me home. It's not so much the visible parts of the U.S. administration that I think people should be paying attention to. That's easy. That's the easy stuff. I'm talking about the much harder task of keeping an eye on the ideologues. We apparently have run out of heat resistance. Gonna have to fix that. Do we have an elixir? Yeah, we've got one. Good. Wow, that's unfortunate. I'm just gonna keep you in a stun lock if and you don't mind. This is too hilarious. I don't even have to fight fair. I don't even have to actually do anything. Just wait for the silver ones, though. These guys aren't really going to sit there putting the flames out for themselves. And if we ever play any modded versions of Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom, we most certainly will not be able to keep them in stun lock like that. Have I done a shock trap? Don't know what that is, so no. What is a shock trap, if and you don't mind my asking? And while we, cool. Okay, we did probably need another weapon there. Watch out for the ideologues, because it's one thing to watch the effect, but why are people going through the motions that they're going through? What's like the end goal, right? There's always a deeper psychological, philosophical reason for why despots and tyrants do what they do. Even and especially if there's a multi-layered way to create some kind of chaos. If there's some way to successfully disguise what they're doing. Take the Lake and Riley Act, for instance. Seems like something you should be able to clap for on the surface. You know, if the U.S. would basically go after the the undocumented immigrants who are affiliated with crime gangs and take them out, and or like deport them back to their home country. Sounds fine on paper. And I think in any other administration, in any other time, with any other people in charge, that would be fine. But we have these specific people in charge, and they're going to use the good law that they've made to vehicle a number of bad acts onto them. And use the good law they made as justification for doing something exceptionally hateful. That's the thing you gotta watch out for. The ideologues are very good at being able to tell the makers and shakers of this world how to disguise their actions in such a way that people would be clapping and heralding their own destruction. That's what I would keep your eyes on. And what I told him to do is keep his eyes on that stuff. You have to have a thunder weapon. This is for the shock trap, preferably a great thunder blade. Okay. And a metal weapon, and then you swing the thunder blade, and mid-swing, you drop it. Okay. You drop the thunder weapon next to the metal weapon, and it keeps its shock. Part 2. Hold on. So do you want to swing the metal weapon first? Or do you want to swing the thunder weapon first? Lastly, lure the enemy to the shock trap and stun lock them there, you think? Okay. Let's see. So just reading this over one more time. Thunder weapon and a metal weapon. Well, I have those in spades. You swing the thunder blade, and mid-swing, you drop it. You drop the thunder weapon next to the metal weapon, and it keeps its shock. And then lure an enemy there. Alright. So it sounds like you swing the metal weapon first, rather than swing a thunder weapon first. Am I correct on that? Because the very first line is where I'm getting hitched up here. Make sure I'm not missing Korok seeds here. Okay, yeah, it's like over here, and probably on this rock face, if I had to guess. Because I've got the drop, I know, I've got the order of dropped weapons down, I think. I just need to know what weapon is initiating the trap first. Ah, it's a rock. Good. Easy enough. What next? Okay, we have made it around the... We've made it around the ring of Lake Chitori. So now we're going to go back, and we are going to finish going through the mire and get the Korok seeds in that general area. Let's warp here. Drop the metal weapon on the floor, then drop the thunder weapon next to the drop metal weapon mid-swing. Okay, yeah, that was what I was looking for, is which weapon went first. Thank you for clarifying that, in case. So that seems like a relatively easy trap to set up. It's just luring an enemy there is tough. Well, not tough, but like it does take a second to do, so let's see. Okay, so you don't even swing the metal weapon, you just drop it. Because the thing you're swinging is the thunder weapon. Okay. Equip, which we can do this faster with these inputs. I'm just wanting to go through it in super slow-mo. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I can hurt myself doing this. I probably pressed pause a little too quickly. Drop the thunder weapon next to the drop metal weapon mid-swing. I think I have to stand almost on top of it. Oh my god, I'm gonna get myself killed trying to do this. It's funny, though. It is funny. I do think it's funny. Just Link's like, so you need it close enough for this effect to trigger. Interesting. Okay. I'll try it out the next time we're near some, like, enemies that are not, that don't have bows or anything. If you want a bigger trap, drop the thunder weapon first. Interesting. So, if we do it that way... Right, because it's... I think I'm seeing what you're talking about here. The arc is dependent on the distance between the metal item and the thunder item. So, drop this wherever. Then... That is not the greatest. I think it has to be dropped mid-swing. Sorry if I'm not super chatty. I'm wanting to get the timing of this. Okay, but you talked about inverting the order. I'm reading over everything you've said so far. I've got the theory behind the basic trap correct. So you're saying like this. Oh. But it does have to be swing. And then So the swing has to line up in such a way that it can't be too far. Sorry for the mix-up. You don't have to do the metal weapon mid-swing. So about how, maybe I should look up a video on this. Let me see. Let me go grab my phone. So based on what you're saying, what I'm basically needing to determine now is like the longest distance one of these thunder traps can be, because I'm thinking of like a huge electric arc, and I think if you do the glitch correctly, it's like a pretty decent size, but this seems quite tiny for a trap. So that's why I'm gonna look up some images here. No, I'm not wanting Reddit. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, actually it can be bigger if you use more metal weapons, you think? Okay. Then I think I see what the game is trying to grasp at here with something like this. So, let's take has to be this. Closer than you think. It's actually closer than you think it needs to be sometimes. You almost have to be standing like on top of the trap. Let me. Oh my god. This is so frustrating. Well, that's actually not that frustrating, but you know. Right, it has to be this. Actually, I wonder. No, I'm screwing it up because I'm overcomplicating it, is what's happening. Let me look back at the steps again. Thunder weapon, mid-swing. I don't know what qualifies. I definitely feel like I need to be moving faster and slower all at once. It has to be mid-swing. Let me make sure I'm not equipping anything else metallic. If you drop the metal weapon, then you could drop more metal weapons. I need to not do that. I think it's already locked. Oh, hold on. It's very touchy. I have to be standing like pretty close. Sorry, I'm really trying quite hard to make this glitch work without also dying. Okay, I think I understand the general premise of it. The issue is just kiting an enemy onto something like this. And obviously, I don't really think you need a, I don't think you need a big trap for this to do its work either, which I'm not saying that, I'm not saying anyone said that, just, the smaller the trap is, the harder it is to use. That's the only thing I'm really pointing out, is like the logistics of operating such a trap, and especially mid-combat as well. But we won't know until we practice. I think it could be really funny. And I like funny. I don't know about anyone else, but I like funny. My sense of humor may not be the best, but I know funny when I see it. What if you drop the metal weapons first so you don't have to be careful with the metal weapons conducting electricity? Could do that. I'd have to look at a video to see how people in the video are doing it, or like a video I choose to look up. But it seems like you should be able to do this in almost any order. You know, maybe just the distance has to be small. Is the thing I'm noticing. All right. Okay, so we basically want to position this like so. Here's a more in-depth link. Sure. Yeah, I definitely... Okay, the order actually is mattering here. Remove the space? Sure, I'll throw that into... I'll spit this onto YouTube as well so that people that want to see it absolutely can. There we go. I will endeavor to click on that a little bit later. I want to make some progress. We did lose quite a bit of time trying to do this, but I do think it is worth doing. At least for the ensuing hilarity. We just actually need a real enemy to find first. Learning glitches with NK Plays. What a YouTube title. What a YouTube title, everybody. We're gonna go about our business. What was I talking about before? Probably best if I don't continue to talk about it, now that I think I remember what it is. Just, in today's geopolitical landscape, be careful, everybody. Don't let people hoodwink you. You know, do your own research. Read the literature. And yes, that even means reading the manuscripts that unhinged people, write. At least read the excerpts of them. Find, paywall dumps of the same literature posted for free online. Try to do that, rather than actually buy a copy of the evil literature that's being printed out. Do that. And then really understand the minds of the sick and twisted. Understand them, because they've put it out for the public to read. They've put it out for the public to read, so you might as well oblige them in the reading. That's all. And don't take what people say for granted. I mean, even me, especially me, don't take what I say, you know, as the truth, because it's not. It's my perspective on the things that are happening. If it lines up with the truth, great. But I'm capable of being deceived. People should do their own reading, their own research, and come to their own conclusions. It's a favorite line of contemporary thinkers everywhere. Do your own research. Works until they take away the research, that is. And then you can't really read or come to your own opinions. You're forced to accept slop as an answer. What I wish I lived in less interesting times, everybody. As the Baldur's Gate 3 quote would, it's up here. I wish to live in less interesting times, as the Baldur's Gate 3 quote would have me say it. Because the interesting time leads to times like these that test good men and make good people and make weak people falter. Okay, next Korok seed is, well, we can see it on the map. It's right there. Time to whip out the handy-dandy stasis as soon as we get down there, but I do want to remind folks that we are endeavoring to vote on things on the Discord. We've got a short-term voting item for which area in Breath of the Wild we're going next, but we also have a longer-term vote on what game would you guys like to see next. You know, if you guys have voted on it already, that's great. Please continue to make sure your votes stay there and your reactions are counted accordingly. And if you vote in the plural choice, make sure you stick around for the inevitable straw poll that will come afterwards. Because the straw poll is where things get serious. Right now, we're measuring everybody's preference. We're getting the cut of everyone's jib and what they want to see. When the straw poll comes, that's where people will really help decide. People will really... Oh, hello. And we are already back down to... I don't even think a meteor rod is all that useful. Yeah, it's not enough. Time to start eating the low-level resistance. Alright, where are our... I hear another Lizalfos. Ah, there you are. Wow, everyone and their mother is just here. Well, that's not annoying at all. Alright, so we've got 3 rocks to find. There's 1, there's 2, and the third one's probably down here somewhere. If I had to guess. Yeah, okay, here's the third one. And it can be hard to convince people to do their own research, because ain't nobody got time for that. We got money to make. We've got bills to pay. We got people to see. We've got, you know, love to find. But as I explained to my good friend in the car, like last night, you can ignore the politics for only so long, and then they will come for you with your and you'll be there with your pants down. And you will be unable to do anything except take endless L's for doing so. Only when there is no L left to take will you be able to either bounce back or perish. Like, your options then are either find some way to spring back or take the last L and perish. Which, not great. But there is hope. I like to think there's hope. That hope comes in the form of people realizing that words and gestures are performative and don't amount to much. And people need to take to the streets and protest. Picket signs. You know, getting involved in local politics. Electing the people, if you are in a country that you can elect people in, elect the people you want to see in office. Is there going to be, I believe, yeah, hi. Would you like to maybe not club me, thank you? But make sure you don't do it from a place of vitriol or hatred, because that's exactly what the folks out there who are fomenting that hate want. They want you to respond in kind with more hate because it's fuel for their revenge. It deepens the chip on their shoulder. It makes them, you know, yearn for more revenge. You need to come at it from a place of logic and reason, and only meet their energy with like energy if you have nothing else. If you're all out of options. Nice, it's raining. Of course it's raining. Couldn't it have done literally something else? Whatever. Great, time to whip out the climbing gear. Nice. Let's try not to do anything that involves climbing again for some time. So, is there any topic you guys want to talk about that isn't inherently political? I know. I did a fair amount of propelling that on my own, but I know that's not something everybody wants to talk about. I don't want to detract from the vibe. I don't want to make people upset or uncomfortable because they're all looking for the non-political experience. Everybody wants to escape. Everybody wants to live their lives in peace. I truly do believe this. The people who foment chaos and craziness are few and far between. Most people want to be free. Hello, Icy Prime Meat. I was a little too slow in the killing. A little too slow in the taking, excuse me. Yeah, everyone wants to live in peace. Truly, I think so. Most people are not willing or wanting to trifle with their neighbors. Which I guess, here's a question I can ask everybody. You know, don't bare your soul if you're not comfortable, but do you guys like living in communities? Or where would you guys want to live if and you had the choice? Do you want to live among people or away from people? Nice. Two, and we should meet in the middle at some point. Yep, there we go. I can go either way. I love people. I love talking to people. I love meeting people. I love being around people, generally speaking. I much prefer that. But there are times where I want peace and quiet. I don't want to deal with another human being's thoughts or reasons for things. I like having my autonomy, right? I like being able to choose the things that are happening in my life and know that they are because of something I did. and not be reliant on the whims or of another. You know, to be free of the social contract. But good things in this world cannot exist for free. They're unicorns, they don't exist. And that means understanding that when you live among people, you have a social contract and it must be followed. And for better or worse, I mean, that's what society is in the throes of re-examining. Nice. Oh, right. I can't. I have to put on the meteor rod. That's the only way I'm surviving this right now. Nice. But what sorts of things do you guys want to talk about, if anything? And it's okay if that answer is absolutely nothing. Absolutely fine. You know, it's my job to entertain after all. I do want to say, while I'm waiting for people to maybe chime in or not, you know, I enjoy this game. I enjoy it a lot. I complain about the Koroks. You know, I'll tell people I think the experience is good sans Koroks. But I do think the ideas of the Koroks are great. The execution is what was sloppy. I think if there were fewer but more involved Koroks, they truly wouldn't detract from the game. Like I think they do at the moment. Is there a... white-maned Lionel. Okay, this is middle of the road stuff. We're gonna save. And then we're gonna put on the Rito gear so that we're not worrying about buffs in the midst of this. And then we're going to have an attack buff ready. I'm sorry. Who said you could do that? Get up, Blink. Before I continue, oh, that's incorrect. It might be a minute before I actually get all super chatty again with the Lionel and everything. Wow, this guy just absolutely one-shots people. Cool. This is why we saved, by the way. In case we died. Oh, man. All right. Womp, 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 womp. Good job, Coin.
Another one bites the dust.
We bit the dust. We bit the dust, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, see, I told you, save irrelevant. Save doesn't matter. The game is just going to position you wherever it wants. Exactly wherever it wants. So the thing, I guess, to think about when it comes to making saves in this game is just, you know, be aware that a lot of times the game is just straight up not going to let you save before something. It's just going to report to the last autosave period. And end of subject. I think we're going to go ahead and take that attack boost now while we can. And make sure we switch up to a nice, good weapon for this. Oh, by that, I mean the cheapest weapon, of course. Yeah, it's not good enough. Goodbye. I certainly won't say no to some freebies. I definitely enjoyed that fight. That was nice. And now we can go back to regular old arrows. We just have no reason at all to do anything else. I could legitimately hunt things all day in this game, and I would be pretty happy to do so. The combat is simple while also being relatively exciting as well. There's a lot to like about Breath of the Wild's combat system. There are infuriating quirks of it, to be sure, but you know, once you get past the weapon durability system, I do think there's a lot of fun to be had. But I don't think weapon durability is, like, the worst system either. I get the idea they were going for. I just don't know if it mattered much in the end. Oh, it's too bad. I was hoping we'd have more, you know, heat resistance. Yeah, that is not good enough anymore. Well, I guess we might as well just wear the Rito clothes here. We're gonna be doing this a fair bit as well. Also, we're gonna save so that we don't have to do that again. At least that is the hope. We don't have to do it again anyway. At least we can still sneak around. We just have to be a little bit extra careful. Yeah, there's no way that's happening. Never mind. It did happen. Yum. Hebra Mountain is certainly... I think when I started maybe going this way, that's when... you know, on the Elden Mountain range, you know, I also ended up with a fair amount of meat my first time. The mountains are just a great source of wild game, I've come to find. White pigeon. I won't say no to extra snappies. Thank you very much. Welcome back, NK Plays. We got finished not that long ago taking out a white-maned Lionel and got a white pigeon. Already took the photograph. And nobody has to look at it either. Nice, nice. Not the easiest fight in the world, but we were ready for that Lionel. We were definitely ready for it. I will probably need to make some food before too long. We're fine as long as we're not treading cold areas like this. I do definitely want to make some cold resist food. Maybe once we find another shrine, perhaps. Not 100% sure when I want to do it. Maybe after the next break, which will be happening in 11 minutes from now. So, I got a question for folks. Feel free to answer or don't. Your choice. There's also a thing over here I'm pretty sure we can go kill. Outside of Koroks, because I know that's everyone's top answer. What is your next least favorite thing about Breath of the Wild? Whether that's from watching it or playing it. Doesn't matter to me. I think there might be a Hinox somewhere, or, yeah, it better specifically be a Hinox based on what... Ah, there it is. Second least favorite thing in Breath of the Wild. Apparatus shrines. Definitely by far and large the apparatus devices, as neat an idea as they are, at least for me, I don't do so great on their execution. Ah, how about that? Ooh, and some salmon too. Cool. Nice. Make yet another save, of course. And that is a black Hinox. Good. These aren't too terrible. They eat up their HP sponges, but they aren't the worst. Yep, that ended up being a colossal failure. Should have jumped there. Now I get to stare at Hinox's ass for a little while. Let's go ahead and have him jump. Those are the apparatuses are your sixth least favorite? That means they're relatively tolerable. At least that's how I would see that turn of phrase, which there's nothing wrong with that. Some people enjoy gyroscopic puzzles. I just don't like gyroscopic puzzles with traditional remote controllers. Gyroscopes like gyroscopic Wiimote puzzles weren't super difficult for me. Those I had more of a taste for, but the remote was smaller. You can twist it and turn it, and you could rotate it on its side. You could do that easy. You don't have an irregularly shaped object that you're trying to rotate this with, whereas I totally do with the Pro controller and let me go ahead and resort inventory. You're not trying to rotate an irregularly shaped, object in your hands, with the gyroscopic controls turned off, of course. So the only time you're doing it is with the apparatus. Your second least favorite thing is when you go fight a blight and all you have is a Korok leaf. Oh no! How did you, since that happened to you, did you just have to reload the save and go grab more weapons? Or, did you have to, use bombs? Wait for Urbosa's Fury, I guess, would be the power-up that deals damage? I'm not 100% sure. You can leave Divine Beasts. Yeah, so that's what I figured. If you realize you came in with a Korok leaf, you'd have to just reload and go do something else. Go grab weapons. Yeah, that makes sense. You put apparatuses in there because there's an overpowered glitch with them. It was Thunderblight. Oh, the worst one to have only Korok leaf on, if I recall correctly. What weapon do I want to put here? It would be the Master Sword in most contexts, but can't do that, so goodbye, Royal Halberd. And we did mark this earlier. Good. Other than the overpowered glitch with the apparatuses, let's say you couldn't glitch them. I am gonna re-record that at some point because I've got that like syllabic C that you could tell where the mic kind of cut out there. In the beginning, I do want to re-record that, but it's gonna take time. I'm glad you beat me to the question, NK. Yeah, without the glitch, third least favorite. Ooh. Yeah, so it would be right behind showing up to a blight boss with no weapons. Makes sense. So I guess here's a broader question I can ask you, NK, since we're talking about this. Where do you sit on gyroscopic controls? So obviously we're talking about Breath of the Wild, right? But there are other games as well that have the gyroscopic controls. One of them is the Splatoon games. You can aim through gyroscope on the controllers, and I think you have to if you want to do well in Splatoon. I want to say there's an Okami port on the Switch that has gyroscopes. There are a few games with gyroscopes, if you don't count things like the sports games that have like automatic gyroscope controls. I'm at least willing to give gyroscopic controls a try. I'll never say no to trying them out once. But generally, I just don't do well with them. That's really my thing. I want to like the gyroscopic controls, and I can't. You used to only have a Pro controller without motion controls? Ah, so should I take that as you are definitely not a fan of gyroscopic controls then? And while we're getting clarification on that point, I've talked about, got to get the shilling out of the way, right? I know I've talked about free, easy methods to help the channel grow, and please note that nobody should ever feel like they have to financially contribute to be here. I never want that to be the case. You guys are more than welcome anytime, and doing this has been the most socially liberating experience for myself, and I would never have met you amazing individuals without that. Really, truly, I mean that. But we all got to find ways to keep on the house, the lights in the house. And for me, this shilling is it. So, if you do feel like financially supporting me in any way, shape, or form, there are dozens of avenues available for this, ranging everywhere from bits. You can pay $1.29, I think, to get 100 bits. And bits for Twitch are basically like throw a penny, get an alert, do a thing, kind of. Most of the time, bits just let you like highlight a message that would otherwise, not go unseen, but you definitely would have to like say something provocative to get a streamer's attention. Bits, you don't need that with bits. You could just say any old thing with bits, and it'll get someone's attention. There's like direct donation paths, but by far on Twitch, the best thing I can offer is a tier 1 subscription. It is the best bang for your buck. Gives Bezos the least amount of money possible outside of just, operating ad blockers, which I don't blame anyone for operating an ad blocker. I hate ads too, but gotta make my money, and I do get ad revenue, and at least with a tier 1 subscription or Twitch Turbo, I get the ad revenue that would otherwise be skipped out on by not seeing the ads. And you might as well support your favorite streamers and content creators by doing this. Or heck, if you've got an Amazon account, free Twitch Prime, like all that stuff and more. For you guys on YouTube, I'm going to recommend Patreon or Coffee instead. Those, I have semi-exclusive content on there. Okay, sorry about that, folks. I am back. And to just kind of quickly wrap up my previous sentence, for YouTube, all of this stuff, and for you guys on Twitch as well, all this stuff is in the About Me tabs, in the About Me section on Twitch, or in the description on YouTube. I have a link tree. Just fiddle around with that if and you feel so inclined. And, come to your own conclusions. I don't want to get in the way of everyone forming their own opinions on things. Hey there, Clabus. Good to see you. Sorry I didn't address you, verbally as soon as you came in. You were in the midst of an ad break, and while I normally don't type during those either, I had a timing error. So I thought I would fix my timing error by making sure I talk to people. Shout out Coinstamp. Imagine that worked. Well, first, my name isn't split up quite like that. I appreciate the flattery, though. The other thing is, I have that specifically set up to not shout out my own channel. I think that would be really weird if I could shout out myself. You know what? For science. I need to know for science. It works. Okay, it does work. I do need to fix that. Thank you for the wild idea. I don't intend to shout myself out though. That's really silly. But let me make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay, so from NK Plays, least favorite thing in Breath of the Wild, the autosave system, by far. I have the most gripes with it, just because of the fact that basically the save system invalidates itself, really. What's the point? You only keep 5 saves, including autos, and you more or less, how do I word this? Because the game auto-saves with so much regularity, even if I could adjust this, right? Like, let's see how we could adjust this, if anything. You can't. At all. You're stuck with what the game gives you. It's just bad. Yeah, that part of it is frustrating. It basically, I feel as though I shouldn't save at all, though that is bad content creation practice, so I would never do that. But still, feels like saving is basically irrelevant, because the game is just going to save on top of what you're doing anyway. That's really the most frustrating thing outside of Koroks, because I feel like I could go on forever on Koroks. Your least favorite thing is when you mess up an ESC. Made you rage. A glitch. Yeah, I can imagine, especially if it's really precise and takes a lot of quick inputs to do. Yeah, I could see that being anger-inducing. Yeah, if you guys don't know who Clabus is, please check out Clabus. He works really hard on his content. He streams Fortnite pretty regularly. So if you guys like, hype skins, hot shooting action from like the most popular, first person or like FPS game ever, definitely check him out. The streams are super relaxed as well. I just wish I could stop by more often. That's really my only regret in all this, is that I couldn't. I have difficulty stopping by all of my Twitch associates and friends' streams. I'd love to stop by every single one of them, but scheduling, real big concern of mine. Doing good and chill? Good. I'm glad to hear that, Clabus. Hopefully all is good in the US. Makes me worried. Locally, we're fine. Locally, we're fine. Everything so far has only been basically on... right? Like, of course, the biggest thing in U.S. is U.S. relations. Yeah, that I'm totally not affected by this at all. Um, it's the I am a run of the mill U.S. citizen, who didn't vote for this disaster. By the way, just throwing that out there. I did not vote for this. Right now, where really it's just trade wars and global isolation, along with some domestic terror at home. We haven't quite hit the even local rural counties are issues. It feels like early 1930s. It does feel like that all over again, doesn't it? It almost feels like we're being set up for a rapture style moment, right? Because it's easy to look at the authoritarian like habits of this current administration and miss the dark enlightenment undercurtain that is undercurrent that's underneath. You know, Vance, Musk, Curtis Yarvin, Peter Thiel, that group of people. The Christian Heritage Foundation, Project 2025, like all of the people who authored that or were a distinct, sincere part of it. That's the undercurrent that's coming along with this. And I personally feel as though Trump is sort of a useful pawn. I know, scary, that I think a sitting U.S. president is a pawn. A piece in a larger chess game, but I truly do think this. And nobody, or hardly anyone, seems to take me seriously when I say that. Because it's not looking at the problem right in front of them, which is Trump, right? Even my friends think I'm, like, crazy. Like, are you kidding? Of course Trump's the problem. And I'm like, Trump is a symptom of the larger problem underneath. Me personally. Europe is getting mad, rightfully so. I mean, at least there is a silver lining in this for you guys, and that is, you know, if France, Germany, United Kingdom, and all of our other, I hesitate to say former allies, but I should because that's where this administration is headed. You guys are gonna probably muster up your own army, like your own European army, and you're not going to let a dictator wannabe dictate terms to you. And that'll be a good thing. It really will. I think moving forward, longer term, if Europe has its own army, specifically for times like these, or, you know, if Russia decides to, you know, plant its heel harder at Europe's throat, you know, building a local or a regional army sounds like a good idea. Unfortunately, as much as I wish I could say it isn't needed, I truly think it is. So that's at least one weak, threnotic silver lining that I could point out of this. That everybody finally sees the U.S. for the unstable mess that it actually is. Russia won't attack another country until 27 or 28. According to leaks, good. Obviously, I don't want them to attack anyone ever. But if this sort of stunt made them think for at least another 4 years, cool. If they stop war, yes. If they don't put their own foot in their mouth and have peace, and Trump doesn't bungle anything else, I think the end to this war might be the only good thing. The only, and I say good in air quotes, please. I am not trying to support or praise Trump whatsoever. I'm only saying if the killing comes to a stop, that'll be the only thing they can claim they did well. And even unfortunately for them and us, even if the killing does stop, what price? What price is the U.S. about to pay for all that? A price that I know this administration thinks we want to pay, but really and truly, I don't think we want to pay it. Oh, I'm so incensed. And Europe and Ukraine don't really seem to want to accept the terms. They shouldn't. They should make a new plan that doesn't involve the U.S. administration. And I got news for Trump. If Trump thinks he's getting a Nobel laureate to snub the Obamas, oh no, that is not how a Nobel Peace Prize works, I'm afraid. I believe Brussels assigns that, and Brussels is not in a good spot with the U.S. currently. Again, thanks to the current administration. Oh my goodness, yep. So many problems. Go ahead and do this Korok seed puzzle real quick. And also make sure I'm not missing anything on YouTube. Doesn't look like I've missed anything between the live chat or top chat. Okay, we're good here. For a small country, we have like 150K in army total, which is pretty good. Yeah, I was about to say, if it's a decent proportion of like your country's population, then that is indeed a good thing. If Trump tries to do anything with Estonia, I know you guys are going to at least put up a really, really good fight. I hope it never comes to that, of course. As an American citizen, I would be rooting for the Estonians in all this. And I'm more than happy to take that opinion to my grave as well for any CIA, FBI, like, audio plants listening. I said it. I said it. I will definitely take it to my grave. Sorry. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. What a hitch in the system. Sorry, hopefully the sarcasm in my voice is conveying A, what I think, and B, as like an attempt to get us to, to maybe, move to a somewhat different topic. Because I think this is important, right? Like, talking about this stuff is important. I don't want people to say, ooh, why is Coin suddenly shirking from all this? I'm not. Because I wouldn't have said 10 of the bombastic things I just said if I were trying to avoid controversy. I don't avoid controversy. I embrace it. That's what world history is. It's full of controversies. We only have one planet. We have to take the good, the bad, and the ugly. We don't have a choice. But I know that gets exhausting, and that's kind of the other thing as well. Hitler did this too, where there's outrage after outrage after outrage. Make sure I'm headed in the correct direction here, because it doesn't look like I am. Yeah, okay, I'm headed in the wrong direction. That's what I'm looking at my map for. That's the point, to see what sticks. The Holocaust website is still up and running. Although the Israelis would never know to recognize that now, based on the side of history they're on. And on that Holocaust, like, memorial museum website, These were the kinds of things that Hitler's administration did before he became a dictator. They flung things at the wall to see what stuck. They overwhelmed the German government, although they took a little bit longer to do it than Trump is, which I guess is a sign of the modern era more than anything, because people have a whole playbook to refer back to. It's not just ideas that took careful time and formulation. With the digital era, we have access to the cheat sheet. We could just quickly implement a policy that's just short of what Hitler's administration did. Only if USA people protest like the French. I mean, we should. And I am, even though the picket signs and the marker boards at the joint address were like a baby step, that is not the type of resistance we need anymore. That might have worked during the campaign. That might have worked during Trump's campaign, the marker boards and the cutout signs with slogans on them. The Dems need to do a grassroots thing now. We do not have time to wait for more picket signs. That doesn't work. It screams pick me. It screams pick me energy. When people are also upset at the Democratic Party too. And by people, I'm specifically referring to I'm specifically referring to US citizens. Like, that's why this vote happened. That's why we voted in Trump in the first place, was because we were upset with them. And really, when you look at the polling information, the polls were close. What happened to make them close was were protest votes. People who would have voted Democrat, or at least someone else, just simply chose to stay home. I need to put this back on. They simply chose to stay home and not vote at all, which, I mean, people have the right to do that, but the result is this. The protest vote should have happened in any other vote block, not now. But that's not how history works, does it? That's not how patterns in history work, unfortunately. It needs to be weeks and months. It needs to be months. And along with the weeks and months, what else has to happen is people need to, and specifically people in the US, need to vote local and replace all of the conservative officials with liberal ones wherever they can. Slow down Trump's advance with legal stuff, because right now they're winning the legal battles, right? They're just litigating things in court and letting things play out. For example, with the Department of Education, the lady that they put into the seat, according to her orders, it says do whatever is legally permissible within U.S. law to dismantle the Department of Education. So the secretary knows not to step her foot in it too much to make that happen. So it's going to be outrage over small things when the outrage is the point. It's a smokescreen where her actions are designed to delay the inevitable, or point. I'm sorry. You can tell I'm frustrated about this. Isn't the lady from the WWE? She has the same name. I don't think she's from the WWE. Let me look it up. I know who you're talking about. I just don't care to remember her name. I know she's blonde. And I know she's said some otherwise kind of toad-like irrelevant things. Linda McMahon. She's a co-founder of WWE. Oh, she's married. She's married to him. Oh my goodness. She is... Wow. Okay. Politician, actress, television producer. Cool. I now need to look her up. What is she doing? What sorts of views does she espouse? Because it's from the way she's spoken in front of cameras or has written things, she doesn't really seem to have her own opinion. It's more like the signature speaking points of a toady, of a sycophant. Reading the Wikipedia here. Not the best source, but it's at least a start. Oh, that's cool. She resigned from a state board of education in Connecticut because she couldn't solicit campaign donations in 2010. And then falsely filled out a questionnaire from a governor's office. Wow, what a character. Yep. And Vince is a piece of shit. Sorry, Vince is an awful person. So I shouldn't really be surprised about the caliber of romantic company Mr. McMahon keeps. Because from once, you like marries like, right? The thing that is conventional wisdom generally tends to apply if you're on the right-hand side of the political spectrum or political compass. Like marries like, which means if the spouse is nice in public, they're nasty in private, which checks out for Vince McMahon himself, who is guilty of so many white-collar crimes as to be... it would make for a great scandal newspaper, a great op-ed. That's what it would make for, is a great op-ed from, like, the Daily Bugle. You know, a la Spider-Man. That's what that makes me think of. So incensed. And I still think I'm going the incorrect direction? Yes, I am. I need to be heading more northeast. Okay, we're good here. Because the radar should pick up afterwards. Yeah. Like, I go back to what I said before, Klebus, which is... protesting is good and all, but we need to match that with, and by we, I mean the U.S. people, of course, need to match that by electing officials who will resist this administration, no matter what our peers may think of it. Because at this point, we're in a bloody civil war. It's just, and time will tell who is friend and who is foe, or which people were these? Trying to remember U.S. history. There were a group of people who were pacifists, and George Washington. No, I take that back. People who supported the Confederacy, not Confederacy. Yes, the Confederacy. Was it like right after the Civil War? No, I'm sorry. Yep, there we go. The people who were royalists, British royalists, George Washington said these people should be respected for their view and not tarred and feathered. Unfortunately, what happened afterwards was people did exactly that. Royalists were routinely executed, tarred and feathered, and all that fun stuff. And by fun, I mean fun in air quotes. We already want the U.S. Army out of Europe. Good. I mean, I get why it was there, but if the current administration is going to be like this, yeah, you've got an enemy in your midst, unfortunately. You fear there won't be 2026 mid-elections? You know, that would check out with about what time frame Hitler became a dictator. I think it took him around 1.5, 2 years for the midterm elections to show up, or for some other election to show up, and people of the opposing parties were detained so that Hitler could vote himself in as a dictator. That I definitely, genuinely fear that. And if that's the case, well, I mean, the only thing for it is, democracies must be watered with the blood of tyrants. That is a quote that many a historical scholar would agree was a good policy for the U.S. We should exercise that now. The blood of tyrants must water the plants for which democracy must flourish. I think we're headed in the right direction. Okay, I think it's like up here towards this shelf. Sorry, if you guys want to follow along with the map I'm using, you can type in !BOTWMAP into the chat, all lowercase, all one word, and you'll get the interactive map I'm using to help me find Korok seeds, because there are 900 of these puppies, and they're in puzzles ranging from lifting a random rock to fixing up apple trees a specific way, to rolling boulders down a valley into a hole, and so on and so on. I definitely do recommend that if you want to follow along and maybe find 900 Koroks for yourself. Otherwise, you know, you don't need to. But that's what I'm using to help me find all these, because I cannot be arsed to lift 1,000 rocks or do 1,000 different things to find the few straggling Koroks. I'm sure that's a great achievement for people, and I'm sure it feels great to get all 900 of them organically, but you don't even get a thank you from the game for doing this. It's just literally, you're doing it to make your life easier, and that's it. Okay, so it's definitely further to the right then. All right. I think I know what we're going to be doing next. And I hate speaking in this way about my own country. I am not a patriot. I will be the first to tell you I am not a U.S. patriot. Undying loyalty to your country? Yeah, that's a good way to excuse actual real war crimes. No, awful. But it's one thing to want to hold your own country accountable for the war crimes it may have committed. It's something else to, as a result of the war crimes, or as retribution for them, to engineer a collapse of your own country. That is lopping off your foot in order to, pay for your sins. That is lopping off a leg. You can't pay for your sins if you die. Yeah, I mean, perhaps to some people, especially if you're wanting revenge, that certainly might be a way in which justice can be meted. But I find that if people are truly repentant, people should not be on quests for revenge campaigns. Revenge begets revenge. Revenge begets, revenge begets itself, mostly. But it can always foment things that are worse. Always. Just taking a drink here. Where is this Korok seed? Because I'm at about the right corner. Okay. There are some rocks. Yeah, there's some rocks. Of course there's some rocks. And I think I should probably blow these up with bombs instead of shooting bomb arrows into it. So, in that dark literature that I have referred to, written by Peter Thiel, that's the co-founder of PayPal, for those who don't know. He originally co-founded PayPal with none other than Elon Musk himself. In that literature is a rather disturbing playbook in which cities are ultimately described, or the how do I word this? One goal that could result out of Peter Thiel's work is kind of what happened to Eastern Europe when it became Balkanized. Some would argue that Peter Thiel's work is very much a playbook for how to Balkanize the US, because you have New York and California and a few other US states floating the idea of seceding from the Union. Like, that's starting to make the rounds again. Which, if that happens, good for them. I support people's right to choose the governments they want to be part of. I support that. But in my support, I also would like to extend a warning. That warning is there are CEOs waiting in the wings to purchase your state. They're waiting for this moment where you declare your freedom, the freedom to secede, the freedom to choose your own fate, and usurp it with a power move of their own. This is talked about in the book, by the way, and the blogger Curtis Yarvin also talks about this exact move, where a CEO will wait in the wings and purchase that state or the capital city, or they'll move in with their own goons. And then afterwards, what do you have? You have a CEO in charge of a new state that they can, a new state in quotes, that they can rename for themselves and issue cities where they issue a capital city or place a capital city wherever they want. And their businesses would be at the epicenter of those. These are called freedom cities. These are things that Trump has talked about. There are a few already undergoing legal proceedings the ideas for these freedom cities are being discussed in Congress and in the states upon which they would be placed. If a CEO wanted to, if Musk and his people wanted to, they could put people there in the freedom cities and kind of act like sleeper agents. They just sit there and do nothing. Or they pantomime getting along with the current government, whatever form that takes. And then when those states secede, or a situation is engineered where a state secedes, then the sleepers become active. And when the sleepers become active, they will take over that city from the very people who are trying to secede from the Union. And thus the Balkanization begins. And once there is no more union of the states, because a sufficient number of states will have seceded, and those that didn't get grabbed by the techno oligarchs would be too weak to defend their own borders. They would be too weak to resist the corporate CEOs, and we would have a number of smaller nation states that would have comprised the U.S. That is one of the ultimate goals in that playbook. Absolutely. Which is awful when you think about it, right? Because instead of, having a nice swath of land to control the resources of for yourself, you've chosen to break it up into a land in which you have supreme dominion over. Which, I'm not a dictator. I'm not an oligarch. I don't know what that level of power feels like. Maybe it's the most exhilarating thing since sliced bread. That's dangerous. What I'm wanting to do is, I'm looking around for a shrine here. I know where it is. It's right through this crack. We just, Don't have any way to get inside, really. Ah, I sound like an unhinged madman, don't I? I sound like the last libertarian loon who ran in a U.S. election, who was famous for wearing underwear on his head in a public event. I sound like him. Which is just absolutely wild. Okay, I know what's going on. I'm one level below where I should be. Wait, is this one of those I need to find a cave somewhere? It might be. Why else would a dock be here? Let's kind of quickly go around and find out. Okay, so based on this shrine's actually pretty cool. What you do is you kind of use the torches as a sort of guideline. Notice we, like, uncovered an air geyser, right? We should definitely be using this air geyser. And what we want to do now is go in the path of these torches. And we basically kind of want to keep going like this. At least I think. I'm gonna do a quick poke around here. I sound like a crazy person. I know I sound like a crazy person. And maybe in my heart of hearts, I believe I am a crazy person. But I'm literally watching the destruction of my own country, and I really am not sure what to do. I can't leave. I'm too poor to leave. I can't even apply for... The ironic thing is that I can't apply for asylum, see? Because nothing really heinous has happened yet. Right? I think it's odd that you can't read the windfall of events happening in a country and apply for asylum-see or asylumhood beforehand. Because the persecution hasn't happened yet, but it's coming. It's going to happen. It's already in its nascent infant stages. It's already happening. But no, we have to wait for the real manifestations of it to occur. It's just gross. I would like to talk about something else now, if that's all right. This stuff is important. It is definitely important to talk about. But, you know, I could go in an infinite loop for hours talking about this. I exhaust everybody I talk to about it, except maybe, you know, other family that thinks the same way I do, which is like a grand total of 2 people. Wait, there's a torch. Is it, like, in here? Or is it, like, over here-ish? I might have to watch a video to see where this particular shrine actually is. Oh, I think I found it. And the worst part is I don't even want to be correct about the statements I'm making. I want to be wrong, legitimately. We don't want these. Let's drop them until I know what to do with them properly. So, what's something good we can actually, like, talk about. So how many people here like quantum computing? There's a photonic chip being developed, which I think is pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool that even in the midst of all this doom and gloom, science is still happening. It's just not happening here in the US. It's happening everywhere else. And that's the part I care about. I think if we keep going this way... Oh, maybe it's over here? The giant air geyser. The giant air geyser, but yeah, this doesn't actually... This doesn't actually lead anywhere. Unfortunate. Come on, get up there. Link. Well, you know what? Hey, we might as well at least, plug in the gap on this Korok seed, right? So where are the rocks? Usually when you're not sure about where a rock for a rock ring might be, you can activate stasis, and you can going to make yourself some food and be back soon if you're still streaming. Very well, Clavis. Thank you for stopping by, good sir. Much appreciated. Hopefully the food you make is tasty and enjoyable. And I'll probably see you back when you come back. I'm pretty sure, yeah, look, there's the gap right here. That wasn't too difficult. Okay, so if I look at this again, this is where we spotted the shrine. Let's put a pin there so we know. According to the map I'm looking at, it is northeast of the shrine. Okay? It is slightly northeast of the shrine. Northeast would be like over here. So let me try doing that. Let me try going back to that location, because there's supposed to be... There's a geyser on the island in the center of Lake Kilsey. Ooh, well that's a weird... I mean, all of this is Lake Kilsey. Yeah, I'm speaking at the map like me fiddling around with it is helpful. It's not. So it's like, the entrance is like supposedly over here or over here somewhere. I guess let's start heading in a northeasterly direction and try to find it. It had better not be like... Ooh, you know what? It might be on that shelf, now that I think about it. There's like a small shelf, like right here. That might be where it is. Yeah. Oh, right. It's good when the intuition is correct. Cool. And then we, what, move through here? Makara Shrine, yep. And I don't believe we've snapped pictures of ice choo-choos yet, so let's do that. Oh, nope, don't do that. Yay! Now, is this a blessing or is this a puzzle? I guess that's what we're gonna figure out together, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary people. Ah, it is a puzzle. Unfortunate. I was sort of hoping this would be a blessing tucked in here. Meh. Steady thy heart. You got it, game. Steady thy heart. I think I see what steady thy heart means. You have to, like, walk a path. You have to keep your balance. Kinda gotta just wait. And not, you know, take too much damage. Well, that didn't take long. Thankfully, we have enough gear that rooms like these are not too terribly difficult to deal with. Speaking of rooms or puzzles not too terribly difficult to deal with, here's this treasure chest right here. Which better have a worthwhile reward. You know what? Bomb arrows. You know what? I will take bomb arrows. Yay! I feel like we're in a dungeon, which is what some of these, like, shrines should have been, or like mini dungeons. These are more like micro dungeons with the implementation we're seeing right now. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Cool. Let's be ready for another one of these steel balls, shall we? Nice. Wow! Neat! I love getting mowed over. Get up, Link. Alright, let's do something like this. There. Not too terribly difficult. An advert or a warning should be coming up in about 3 minutes for our typical break. I realize nothing has been typical in any stretch of the imagination, but you know, even though nothing has been typical today, we still have a routine to follow. Da-da-da-da. Yep. Now we can get out of here and finally move on to some other Korok seeds and some other, like, shrines and things. believe our next one is just northwest of where we are. It's too bad well, actually, I don't know. I guess the snow quill, like, garb is a welcome change of pace for you guys, especially considering what I like to wear in this game. Especially considering that. Okay, we're gonna head back through here. And there should be an air geyser to take us out of here. Okay, good. We've managed to make it out of here. Now, what do we do next? Maybe we break up some of this with a bit of killing? Dealing with some Lizalthos? Yeah, I like the sound of that. Thankfully, now that we've talked about all the shilling, we don't need to shill anymore. We're good. I like being able to structure my streams this way, where we don't have endless corporate shills to worry about. Wrong arrow. Because I don't like shilling for corporate overlords either. That is a black Lizalthos. Wow, I'm actually surprised. I am super surprised. I am super surprised that we managed to get through that relatively unscathed. These all tri-boomerang? Cool. Don't care about those. We have better weapons. What is our sweet reward in all this? A flame spear with an attack plus 9. A magical spear forged in the magma of Death Mountain. Attack when the blade glows to expel powerful flames. Cool, we want flaming weapons in these lands. What do we get rid of to make room, though? I wish it could be the Master Sword, but it can't. So probably the Royal Broadsword. All right, let's see if we can't quickly try to get up to this spot here, which I'm pretty sure is where the Korok seed is. Cross here like this. Ooh, fox. Nice snowcoat fox. Where is this? It's up here? All right. Just climb nice and slow for the remainder. Gotta take your time with climbing in this game if you don't have the correct garb or gear. You really gotta just make sure you don't fall off the cliff. That's like the major thing, is just not falling off a cliff. I think we could probably use a movement booster. Yeah, this is perfect. This is basically like wearing the climbing gear, but with none of the secondary bonus effects. Think our white flower is going to be up there? No. Instead, it's going to be further that way. Yeah, this flower trail does go quite a while. Just got to be patient and keep your eyes peeled more than anything. So who here likes Magic the Gathering? I enjoy Magic the Gathering. I wish it weren't laden with political ideology, but that is neither here nor there. That political ideology is a far cry from, no pun intended, a far cry from, a far cry from what we're dealing with in real life. Okay, it is 3:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so we're gonna kind of hang tight here while we take our ad break. Thank you guys again so much for your patience, and I will see you as soon as the transition screen is finished rolling over. Sorry about that, folks. Got caught up conversing with the people I live with in my own house. Hopefully everybody has enjoyed the gameplay, because I know the commentary is downright terrifying and occasionally like approaches the level of unhinged. And I know my friends in the US are not particularly happy that I'm commenting on things this way. I mean, there are people that in my camp that view things kind of the way that I do, but for the most part, back from your unexpected lurk, doesn't seem like you're getting any ads again. This ad bot is experiencing a malfunction. Well, I can only tell you that an ad was run, and for whatever reason, it might be because I'm not actually running one through the stream manager, and the stream manager doesn't, or Twitch doesn't like when ads are run through a different way than pressing the button. Yeah, it's really strange. I don't know what to tell people other than I press it. It's not like I don't press it. I can't even click to run an ad on my stream manager if I wanted to. I guess for those that don't have to worry about ads, I truly am sorry. The breaks are just as much for my benefit as they are for, keeping the lights on and everything. I get up, I get away from my desk, I stretch a few minutes. I talk with people, I keep myself from going clinically insane and all that other fun stuff. So the break is just as much for my benefit as it is for this, like, the health of the stream itself. If I didn't have to run them, I wouldn't. If I didn't have to run them, I wouldn't, because I know nobody likes them. And companies are only going to be pushing for more ads as the state of the world gets worse and worse and worse. Okay, I think our next Korok is actually over here somewhere. It's only gonna get worse as people have less and less money to spend because the tariffs go up and up and up and up. Here's to hoping the American stock market keeps Trump's finer financial ambitions in check. Hello, what do we have up here? Huh, a random ruby in the wilderness. I'll take it. Well, I trust things are going better on your side of the world, NK plays, compared to me. I hope everybody's, life is going better than my own currently. Sort of seems like I'm just a front row spectator to the events in my own life. And I just seem to be spiraling into the depths of insanity. The depths of... Hello? The depths of Koroks. In a way, this fits the thumbnail. Today's stream title is called A Golden Deluge and the Insanity of Hebra. Maybe the insanity is really my own mind. I think it's important. If you're struggling with human connection, you should find it. You should talk to people. I think in the times to come, if you don't have any friends, you should really try to make some. Even if they're not perfect, even if they aren't your ideal, perfect definition of a friend, you should attempt to make them anyway. And I don't mean friends like friends at the lunch table Or... Ooh, oh, my goodness. All right. So you say. There we go. Gotcha. Okay. I think we're rolling into a hole. That's what this was. I'm almost quite sure. Maybe. Hold on now. No, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know what this random frozen boulder was. Whatever. Watch it actually be related to the Korok at hand, though. Yeah, make some friends. Don't be like me. I have friends. I do have friends. I don't feel like I have enough of them. I don't feel like I have enough of them. I have the same friend group I've had for a long time, and please note, if anyone in that friend group is listening, please note that I'm grateful for the companionship. Truly. This is what I'm saying is not me refuting our friend group. It's I am an extrovert and I seek new experiences. I seek new people, new perspectives. And it's hard to get that when you don't do anything to change that perspective. And for anyone wondering if dating apps are really the answer to that either, the answer is no. The answer is absolutely not. Now, you can meet the time of your life with the dating apps. You can. I know of people who have done this. But by and large, the best connections are cultivated in person. That you'll find them in places where people are congregating for activities. Really, this whole shelf, there's just nothing on it? I suppose so. I guess our next Korok is somewhere down here. I don't know what time we'll be stopping, by the way, because, you know, me having to restart the computer really disrupted my overall routine today. I mean, I'm gonna go for 4 hours on the stream clock. In OBS, I'm watching that as much as I'm watching the time, and we have about an hour and 15 minutes left. We're just not taking breaks during the usual windows where we would normally take them. That's all. We want to head further south. Somewhere kind of like over here. And maybe drop down some. Watch it be a tree. No, because there's a line with this one. It's like down here. And try not to constantly look at global news. It's tempting. I look at it a lot. I look at it a great deal. Because I think it's that important. It is not good for your mental health. But unfortunately, if you don't look at it ever, that is exactly what the arbitrators of, like the puppet masters of chaos want. They want you to be overwhelmed. They want you to not tune into the news. They want you to shut off the information of the world because you being informed gets in the way of their propaganda. So you have to strike a balance. You have to strike a balance of what you care about. And it's hard. It's really hard. The opposition party in the US is really having to, like... I believe this is another instance of fire arrow. And really, the Democrats have still not gotten their act together. I also told my friend this. If you're in the US, pay attention to third-party movements that are happening. I lost wherever this flower was going. Pay attention to third-party movements, because I think this is gonna serve as a reckoning. I think this time in history is gonna serve as a reckoning for us Americans, that although the Founding Fathers system meant well, right? George Washington and his ilk never imagined a scenario where elected officials would be taking the rules that they've designed and use them in bad faith. A lot of the American policies and laws and the way that the government is structured is taken in good faith. Really, truly it is. It's quite a marvel that we've gone 400 years with our system being as fleshed out as it is, while also not curbing enough power nearly enough. Curbing enough power? Curbing power nearly enough. We're sort of paying a price for that now. So if anyone's thinking of forming their own country, I know that's been floated in some subreddit circles. Make more rules. I realize it's counterintuitive, but you can't assume people are operating in good faith. If there's anything that this world is teaching us right now, is that bad faith actors look for gaps in rules and take advantage. And they mistake kindness for weakness, for complacency, for misunderstanding, for not accepting the harsh dog-eat-dog reality of this world. Okay, I know where this next one is. It's like over here. Ah, yes, look, there's a triangular thing over there. I'm kind of giving my throat a minute to just sort of rest. Because we've talked about a lot of really, really deep things. A lot of really exhausting things. The type of stuff that keeps you up at night as an adult. The kind of stuff that, you know, makes you wonder if you should have been questioning your own decisions more. The type of stuff that you're wondering, why did you waste so much time not paying attention to the events in the world and not paying attention to the things that people say? And not realizing the subversive messaging mixed within. I know I'm questioning that now. If I find myself, if you guys find me months without posting content, please know I did not Epstein myself. I have been abducted, kidnapped, or apprehended. While I have not been calling for murder, death, violence, I have been saying things that I'm quite sure I'm quite sure our current government administration would really be looking to curb in some way. They don't want me saying it. It goes in the face of their narrative. They'll call me a liar, a tool of the world, a tool of the elites, a charlatan. So let this be a part of, let this be a live journal. And all of the sycophants in the gaming industry that are following in the footsteps of both Asmongold and Hasanabi are both to blame for this. They're both to blame for what's happening. Because it's inevitable. A mixing pot of cultural ideals was never going to mix well in the first place. Because all it takes is one bad faith actor determined to act in bad faith to make the entire system go astray, which is what's happening right now. I'm sorry, this is just coin political the stream, and I really, really don't want that to be. I'm devolving into a spiral of geopolitical madness. This is what happened with Steel Rising, by the way. I did spend some significant amount of time also talking politics, but there I feel it's more justified, right? Because Steel Rising was about the French Revolution. And, you know, the French had to learn this lesson with Napoleon. You know, a revolution, a takeover that happened by shedding no blood. That's kind of what's going on now. Ooh, that is not fast enough. All right. All right, we need to do something else then. We have to shield surf. That's the only way we're getting this done. Just in case. Gonna save it. I don't want to run through 15 shields trying to do this. There we go. Come on, come this way. Are these frost pebblets? Frost pebblets. Mm-hmm. No, if we try this tactic of attempting to pick them up, that's not gonna work. We have to actually use our meteor rod here. That's about the only thing that really works. Get up, Link. Throw him down the cliff. The mountain. And the last one. There are opposite versions as well. On Death Mountain, we'll find the flaming pebblets, or like magma pebblets. Yeah, they're magma pebblets and magma taluses. And the only way we can actually deal with them is to ice their body out. That's it. Where are we headed now? We are... Nice, nice. There we go, got him. let us reorder these weapons. And now we can pick one we want. I'm sorry, what? Is there a third one somewhere? There's a third one. Nice. Yep, this is not good. Yep, get up, get up, get up. Yeah, I need to use a weapon here. That's not good enough. I won't be getting most of the resources. Well, actually, we only missed maybe a talent or two here or there. Sure. You know what? I'll call that a victory. Sure. I'll take this as a victory. So down here, I believe, is another Hinox. Let's see if I'm right. Yes, a Stalnox, actually. Back from eating? Welcome back, Cletus. Hopefully you ate well. While I'm thinking on it, though, we are approaching a stubborn enemy, so I'll go ahead and type this here. Because a Stalnox is quite an involved affair. I mean, it's not super involved, but it's certainly not nothing either. And we first got to make sure we don't have pictures to take. Okay, good. We do not have pictures to take. Maybe throw out a crusher? Careful. Yep, there's the slam. So far, this is looking like pretty typical for a Hinox fight, but the thing that's different is this eyeball mechanic. If you're not paying attention, you will definitely just spend all day swatting at a Stalnox. Yeah, this is the gimmick. You gotta keep chasing this eyeball. And if you don't deal enough damage, the eyeball will jump back into the eye socket of the Hinox, and you'll have to whittle down a quarter of its health again. Ooh, great Frostblade. I will definitely take some photos of that. This magic-infused greatsword was forged by smelting ore in the Hebra Mountains permafrost. Attack when the blade glows blue to expel freezing air. Why do I want to drop to make room for that? I feel like I should drop a sledgehammer here. Oh, but this has 30 attack. You know what? Maybe not. 33, 32, and what's the broadsword? 36? Nah, give me my sledgehammer back. That's at least marginally useful. So, this is pretty much what a typical day in Breath of the Wild looks like. If you're going for 100% like I am, you're spending a lot of your time, you know, in remote reaches of Hyrule, looking for enemies to kill, Korok seeds to collect, shrines. you're taking photos. Like, it seems like the game is filled with these types of activities, right? A lot of it does become repetitive after a while, which, you know, it's the thing to kind of think about with Breath of the Wild is you can take as little or as long as you like with the game. Enjoy the parts of it you want to enjoy. If you don't want to go for 100%, you don't have to. And I legitimately think it's a better experience because of that. That the game doesn't tie you down with mandatory obligations of... Is this a frost breath? Ice breath. It is ice breath. Good. The game doesn't tie you down with mandatory obligations of, oh, do the thing, collect all these things for a reward. It's like a nice contrapositive about the Korok system. Is just you don't have to do it. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Yep. If you don't want to engage in filling out the compendium, you don't need to do this. If you don't want to collect all the armor, or even defeat all the divine beasts, you don't care about the ending of the game. You're just, how fast can you beat it? Well, this game is more than accommodating for that. There are such things as low percent runs, where you quite literally do 5% of the game or less, based on like a cumulative number of glitches and wrong warps, and just quickly speeding through the game. Now, you do need to glitch out the game if you want to beat it with so little done. You do at the very least have to get off of Tutorial Island, as far as I remember, which is Tutorial Island in Breath of the Wild is this. It's the Shrine of Resurrection area. It's the Great Plateau. All of this is Tutorial Island. You get off Tutorial Island, and you aren't bounded back to Tutorial Island when you jump off. Because when you jump off and you haven't gotten your Great Runes and Paraglider yet, the game will just bound you back here. You have to glitch out the game pretty badly to be able to ignore the bounds of the game and the way the game works. It's a pretty common speedrunner special. I definitely recommend checking out the footage for it at least once. I definitely recommend checking out the footage for it at least once. But I personally am content with just watching the footage. I don't know if I grabbed a Korok seed. I'll have to double check, because there is one on that shelf. I'm pretty sure this is a puzzle shrine. It is a combat shrine. Ooh, and because it's out in the far reaches, I bet it's a major test of strength. Yeah, what did I not say? It's a major test of strength. I know this game. I can call it like I see it. And you know what, my senators and inductees? We have weapons for just such a purpose. Let's go ahead and make a save. And let's go ahead and equip the set that is made for these tests of strength. At least it's one of the sets you can bring into a test of strength anyway. You're not like restricted. This is just the best thing you can be wearing. Let me also equip a guardian shield. We don't have any like guardian bows. You actually have to make those. But we can at least bring out the good old fiver and load up with bomb arrows or shock arrows, which will be neat. Ooh, and this one. So let me teach you guys something cool about this. So you see these metallic blocks we can lift up with magnesis? I'll actually purposely not do a DPS check, and you guys can see this. Just read that Europe may support the war in Ukraine until 2030. Well, okay, good because, you know, Ukraine needs all the support it can get. Bad because I don't want the war to go on that long. There we go. And the nice thing about Guardian weapons is they cut through defenses. I hope Ukraine gets the support and allies it actually needs during this terrible time. Okay, just gonna come over like this and see that. We just use magnesis to create our own pillars. Here we go. And the key to taking down ancient guardians like this ancient scouts like this pretty quickly is to just master fishing for flurry rushes like this. I'm making it look easy, but I promise these are genuinely quite complicated fights. Hello, Guardian. Yep, thank you. Oh. Okay, let me get another Guardian weapon and I'll read that in just a second. I guess more official news in the new week. Good. I mean, well, yeah, news is important. News is absolutely important. Ireland is working toward conservation efforts. And is getting rid of a whole bunch of invasive species. I need to, like, end this guy's life very fast. There we go. Think the bombs might have blown up the blown the weapons to Kingdom Come. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Guardian Sword, ++. I'll take that. And we have a long throw sword. Neat. So we have this. The Guardian Spear, which, does this one have a modifier? Another long throw. Cool. Let's drop that, pick up a sword. What else could I talk about in, like, official news of the week or month, maybe? Mine's mainly going to be STEM focused because I'm going to drive myself insane if all I hear is political news. My brain needs some bit of a break. What else? Recently I'm trying to remember what my mod might have told me. Let me pull out the phone. This is a great time for smart news because I can pull up the headlines I'm actually interested in. Anytime I want to talk about good news or more interesting news, that's probably what I'm going to do, is grab a headline and maybe talk about it for a second. If you guys are here in the States, I recommend Smart News as like an app of choice. Like, yeah, you get the traditional like mainstream media sites on here, but you do get a number of other news listing posts. It's no like TikTok or like individual unsyndicated broadcaster type news. The most reliable news, and I'm being quite honest with you. But this at least tells you, Smart News will at least show you, like, all the news. And you could, you know, have your bevy of news that's important or that you care about. So, in the world of science, because this is the thing I care about, supposedly, researchers in England have discovered that Stonehenge has a sister. So, the Great Stone Circle, there is a... hold on, my tie turned over backwards. has an older sister in Dorchester. So now the history books have to be rewritten because Stonehenge was like the stone circle, but now there's a second one. First discovered in the 1980s. This is coming off of Interesting Engineering, written by Maria Mosarino 3 hours ago. So this is a recent article. First discovered in the 1980s, Flagstones is a circular monument resembling a running track that might have even inspired Stonehenge. Archaeologists from the University of Exeter and Historic England didn't expect the mysterious enclosure to predate the legendary monolith. However, as stated in a study in Antiquity, that's an article, the results of analyses placed the Stone Age site 200 years earlier than they had expected. Do we have to revise the history books around the age of Stonehenge? Archaeologists say we just might. You know, as long as publishing on this stuff continues to happen, I guess. Moreover, Flagstone's monument, which dates back to how is this written? Which dates to 3200 years BC, has assisted archaeologists in developing a clearer picture of the Neolithic communities across Britain and Ireland, as these Stone Age sites communicate a larger cultural network between them. Road construction in the Dorchester bypass in the 1980s revealed a 328.08 foot diameter circular ditch. So it's like, let's see, 2/3 of a yard is in a meter. So it's like, what, a 200 meter diameter, something like that, of intersecting pits beneath the ground. No, wait, no. I'm mixing up my metric again, is what I'm doing. Hang on a second, and I'll go back and correct the estimates here. Of intersecting pits beneath the ground, according to the University of Exeter News. Though most of the monument remains covered underneath the new bypass and even Thomas Hardy's former home, historical artifacts and excavation archives were sent to Dorset Museum for safekeeping and preservation. 4 people were buried in the enclosure pits, a cremated adult and 3 uncremated children. Additionally, 3 partial cremations of adults were also found. Archaeologists observed a striking similarity between flagstones and Stonehenge. They believe the two were built at around the same time because the original plan for the world's most intriguing monument matched the designs of flagstones. Dr. Susan Greene and Dr. Peter Marshall collaborated with ETH Zurich and the University of Groningen laboratories to conduct 23 new radiocarbon measurements, according to Exeter News. So, yeah, that's a pretty surprising find. Just doing a bit of precursory reading here. I think it's cool that we're finding archaeological sites that all the time cause the history books to have to be rewritten and reformulated. Of course, the danger is that if you're having to wait until you write physical books, there's a whole generation of people that won't know about flagstones, that won't care that there's a second version of Stonehenge somewhere. And, they'll say, well, that one's just a fake, a phony. I sure hope we don't reach that level of regression in the next 3 years. We already have people, sapping the funding out of science institutions and or other institutions for the humanities like this one. I certainly don't want us to be in a new age where we're a critical skeptic of everything to the point that we learn nothing because we think it's all fake. We're pretty close to that already. All AI has to do is get a little more effective, and then when nobody can tell the difference between what's engineered and what's real, well, there aren't going to be studies anymore because we won't trust real people to put out a real study. we'll just assume they're hoodwinking instead. Oh, I hate this timeline. I think I mentioned this. I think we were discussing this earlier, Clavis. You know, if the world's gonna go into the shitter like this, at least give us the cybernetics, man. At least let the actual cyberpunk begin. I want to live in a world where I can at least put a jack in my own brain, and not deal with and be able to access an unfettered amount of information, if only for my own benefit, if nothing else. Here's a question I can ask folks. In the world of cyberpunk, or just, you know, in enough of a technologically advanced era where cyberjacking, or jacking your brain with a port for computers is possible, think Shadowrun type cyberjacks. Would you jack your own brain? Would you put a jack in there? Would you connect to the World Wide Net? Or anything else? I know I would. I would be too curious not to. I would be too caught up. We did get the Korok seed. Good. I would be too enraptured by the information I could find to not do it. At least that's my take on it anyway. Let's go ahead and speed things up. We make better progress this way. As a reminder to folks, because I know it's been a while, I know there are notices here as well. Hello. Yeah, there's a shrine up here, or like, more accurately, it's like over here somewhere. We do vote on things on this channel. If you guys want to join the Discord, I believe there is a link was just posted to YouTube. Let me get one for, or Twitch, excuse me. Let me get a link going for YouTube. And it looks like that was already posted to YouTube as well. Cool. We vote on things. We are voting on two things right now, actually. One is, you know, what region of Hyrule in Breath of the Wild do you guys want to see next? Do you guys want us to go start heading toward the Divine Beasts? Or do you want us to explore yet another region? Like Akala, or even the Gerudo Valley, I guess, would be the other one. Let us... Well, thankfully with this spear, we just need a piece of wood. That's really all we need. Hold. I'll just let that cube melt. We want to be, what, up here? Yeah, it's like up here. Too bad I don't have any more cold resistance food, so we kind of just have to do things this way. I would definitely be very guilty of cyberjacking. I would probably commit more crime that way. Not that I'm looking to commit more crimes, I'm saying that's how I would fall afoul of more laws, is by being too enraptured in the world of cyberjacking. Of being in the digital world. Imagine projecting yourself into the World Wide Web, and provided you don't get, you know, computer shredded. There are lots of games that, you know, played around with that idea. Even as early as like the early or mid 90s to early 2000s, I think there were a couple computer games that did this, including one that played around with the concept of being a cyber vampire. Really cool stuff. The game was awful. It was a mess. I forget the name of the game even, but being a vampire and having to dig into the cyberspace at the same time, really, really cool. I would want to, if I could project my mind into the digital space anywhere, I would definitely want to visit the government archives. I would want to read the articles that are, you know, kept under lock and key. I'd want to do that. I'm a purveyor of knowledge. I like talking about, I like reading. I like knowing more. That's the sin I'm most guilty of, is the sin of not leaving well enough alone, so to speak. Nice! The silver rupee that'll get spent as soon as we go shopping. Ooh, let me switch that back to the falcon bow, actually. Oh, this is the first one of its kind. So there are Korok seeds that you can only get. You can only get those Korok seeds by melting ice. Sometimes what you get underneath, nice. Sometimes what you get underneath is just a straight up like rock. Sometimes you unlock whole puzzles though. Let us figure out what we're depositing to make room for this. Gee, I don't know. Maybe a sledgehammer? Yeah, this would actually be one of the ones where I'd drop a sledgehammer in order to make room for a claymore. That's fine. Especially with durability up. Ooh, actually, what we can do here is equip the meteor rod, and this should melt super quick. Well, not exactly the most quick, but it'll melt it eventually. And now the same thing with this. I am going to make a new fire. This was part of the reason why I farmed wood during the posterity segments when I was doing this off camera. Because we were going to need to make a bunch of pyres to melt a lot of icicles. We were going to need to do that so that we weren't wasting a bunch of fire arrows or fire weapons to melt a whole bunch of ice. We just let the ambient temperature do the work. Okay. We have that. We're going to re-equip a spear. I apologize if this is boring, but I am trying to or if my commentary isn't the greatest or anything, but I am trying to I'll seriously say it. I appreciate all the global news, but my brain does need a break. I'll go ahead and say this. I wake up I sometimes have nightmares in my sleep now. Because of just all this geopolitical madness happening. My mental health hasn't been the same. My balding has gotten worse. I know. I'm such a vain person, right? I'm being vain right now. Oh, woe is me. I can't get a good night's sleep and I'm balding. When people are losing their lives. My troubles are definitely less than everyone else's. But if I don't, put some amount of space between me and bad news, I am not going to survive the next... I mean, I may not survive the next 4 years anyway, But I would at the very least like to avoid putting myself in the grave to start with. Okay. It's like over here. We're already on the correct shelf, right? Yeah, I believe we're on the correct shelf. So we, what? Start here? Sorry, I'm double checking the parameters of things on my map. Okay, so... Oh, it's back here. We already passed it. Cool, we can at least change that. It's like over here. Well, no matter what political side of the aisle everyone all falls down, I'm going to at least wish people the best. I refuse to be a machine and a servant of hatred. I will not be wishing for people to be furled into the grave. Only that they learn that which they support before it is too late to fix. I would rather be the person that offers up resources and information to kind of correct the misinformation mistakes that have been made than anything else. Okay, where is this Korok seed starting? Okay, so there is a cave somewhere we need to find, is what I'm reading here. And I don't know where that cave is. So let's go find a cave. I think we're gonna have to do that. Now what's in here? Oh, we already opened that chest. No, that is just the... There's a cave somewhere and I'm gonna find it. I think I might have spotted it right here. You'll go watch the special Death Stranding 2 stream. Thank you so much for stopping by, Klebus. I really appreciate it. Your company means a lot to me, and I hope you know that. Yeah, have a great rest of your day, and I hope to see you soon as well. Enjoy the Death Stranding 2 stream. Enjoy it. We all deserve to enjoy things in any lifetime. We all deserve that. I wouldn't even wish a lack of enjoyment, like a sincere, permanent lack of enjoyment on my worst enemies. I wouldn't do it. Because I'm better than that. Hello. Okay, at least we don't have to worry about that. And now we'll probably... I do want to demonstrate this next point. I want to show you how wasteful launching fire arrows into this is. The fire sits there for a minute, and it looks like you've made good progress, right? You're far better off picking up a piece of wood, dropping it between the icicles, and melting them that way. Hey, at least this isn't Majora's Mask or Ocarina of Time, where touching a block of ice is enough to freeze you solid. I want to be careful, because if we drop too far down, we are not getting back up. Like right here. Nope, still too far down. There's a geyser, an air geyser or an updraft. Yeah, it's an updraft pretty specifically. And what I don't know if it's right here or not. Okay, so there's not a hole here. This is the thing I was kind of like trying to watch out for. There's gonna be a hole somewhere. It might be one of these shelves here. Link, get up, get up, get up. Link, Link! Good God, man. Oh, man alive, just... don't kill yourself on the way down. Move up like this. What we want to kind of do is... recognize where the slopes are. If you're climbing mountains in this game, look for slopes where the stamina cost isn't too great, and try to run up those where you can. This is also another reason why I'd recommend having 2 wheels of stamina, by the way. Strictly because it's hard to make these treks without that second wheel of stamina. Speaking of, I may have to... kind of have to do a weird pattern on these. Yeah, we're gonna have to, we are definitely going to have to eat up a stamina food here. Oh, and I have the perfect one as well. There we go. It only took us wasting about 3.5 units of food, but we did manage to make it across. Okay, well, that's this shelf. I'm gonna have to look at this particular shrine. Southeast of the Hebra North Summit, near a small pond visible on the map. Hebra North Summit? Hebra North... Ah, I see it. Okay, yep, it's this one right here. We're gonna put a nice pin right there. We're gonna remove that pin. We don't need it. No time like the present. exact time to use powers like these as well. Just to, you know, kind of quickly scale cliffs that you would otherwise be spending hours on. Do we have any more food? Yeah, we've got a little more stamina food to work with. Let's try not to dip into it if we don't have to, but it's there if we need it. See, with a little elbow grease, we're already right back up to where we were. Okay, so I've marked the thing. We don't need to look at that on my map any further. I'm grateful that everybody, you know, is here with me. I really do appreciate it. You know, even if we're on different sides of the political spectrum, I do appreciate people sticking around here with me, because I say nothing out of hatred. It's an emotion I'm all too familiar with. I say what I say out of concern, fear. Anger. I feel everybody's anger. Everyone in the whole wide world is freaking angry because of the miscarriages of justice around the globe and the miscarriages of individuals that don't seem to give a crap about their constituents anymore. Everyone just wants their power pitch. Everyone just wants their friend groups. Everyone just wants... I shouldn't say everyone. I'm being collective when I say that, but it seems like the people who are actually worth something, or actually care about the issues that common man is facing, are not in the positions of power where they should be. They're being subjugated along with the rest of us instead of, you know, actually... not a fire here. We don't need that. The right people are not in the places where people need them to be. They're... I don't know. I'm not that right person. Okay, so it's saying it's... near small pond visible. Make 2 ice pillars with Cryonis. Roll big snowball to break the cave doors. Break the cave doors. What could that mean? Well, this is the pond. This is the only pond available anywhere other than, like, this one. But that would be southwest, not southeast. Yeah, this is the pond right here. So we need to make 2 Cryonis pillars? For what purpose? Like this? We need to make 2 pillars? Okay. I might know what this is, you know, driving at. It's weird, but okay. Not... Essentially, we're just kind of leaving those pillars there while we... It's so we know where to roll it, I think. I think that's why we're doing this. I've actually never done this puzzle, so I'm kind of operating, you know, for the first time on this. So now, uphill. uphill
Mifa's grace
over
is ready.
here. Nice. No. You die. Thank you. So now, what do we do here? We have to roll. This is why I shouldn't have been so dismissive of these snowballs. Because now we have no way of... I have no way of easily triggering them. So are they higher up? We have about 15 minutes left, so I do want to make sure we've finished out nice and strong. For the record, I want people to know that I talk about serious things on this channel sometimes. Or maybe even as it turns out, thanks to, you know, my European partners. You know, a long, long time. Every day, it seems. And it's important to them. It's important to them. I absolutely should talk about these things. I think my European partners deserve to know that I am on their side in all this. Nice. Wow, what an absolute schmeckledorf. Yeah, come on. You want to jump. Why is that Lizalfos, or Stall Lizalfos, spitting out, why is it spitting out, water? It shouldn't be doing that. That's supposed to be for the living only.
Is now ready.
Whatever. That Stall Lizalfos was mean. It just, like, busted up my little fire setup. How rude. Okay, so I think there's supposed to be a snowball. It's supposed to be uphill. So it's like, what? It's like up here? There's supposed to be a snowball out towards this general direction? It does say uphill. I guess, let me make sure I'm actually looking at the right place here. Yeah, it would definitely be up here. Which, I did spot a snowball earlier. We kind of, like, went past it. Although it was on the opposite side, wasn't it? Yeah, so there should be... So this would be about where I'd expect the snowball to spawn. So let's travel around, shall we? I think we're working towards a shrine. That's what this is for. We're working towards a shrine. So here's to hoping that when we find the shrine, it'll be a good capstone for us to end off of this stream. Speak of, let's make us save here. I don't want to have to repeat this 10,000 times. And not melt the snowball. Ooh, we can pick it up. That's neat. I thought it wouldn't have been big enough. I guess maybe we melted it so it was big enough? Okay. Let's get this. Okay, let's. Oh, no, no, no. Oh. I think we might have to reload. Yep, we have to reload. All right, let's load from here. I guess as long as you don't do too much between saves, you know, they're useful. But the snowball is gone? Man, this game gives you nothing. This game doesn't let you cheat at anything. Wow! And so basically the snowball is randomly determined based off of this? That's weird. Wow. They really didn't want you doing anything that wasn't up to, like, random chance. I guess we have to look for another snowball and try to line it up correctly. Because I don't think a bomb's gonna do it. In fact, I'm pretty sure even the Cryonis pillars aren't here now. Because I reloaded the save. Yeah, they really just did not want you to cheat at anything. Oh my god. That's wild. That is so wild. Why? Yeah, sure enough, I have to redo the Cryonis pillars. Can't you just, like, blow it? I suppose maybe there's no real way to do that either. Yeah, it's gotta be gravity. There's no way. A bomb ain't good enough for that. Yeah, there's not enough weight to break this. Right? Roll a big snowball uphill from the pond to break the cave doors. Oh, hang on. No. That's not what this is saying. I thought it was breaking the pond. No, the pond is a landmark. It's near a small pond. No wonder it's saying that. Just popped in. Love this game. Hey there, HBK on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. Enjoy your stay. Since you love this game, I take it you're a veteran of it? Would that be correct? Let's find out where the actual cave entrance is then. You're coming in right at the end of the stream. Yeah, okay. All right, got it. It's this here. Okay, so we need a snowball to roll that will roll down this. That's why it's telling me to make Cryonis pillars, is to do this. Okay. I can get behind what the game is putting down. Let's find a snowball first. Well, actually, we can't because of what we just, like, went through with saving before doing anything in this game. It doesn't work. So we have to just make a go at it, regardless. And, how did you, come here, HBK, if and you don't mind my asking? Did the YouTube algorithm, do its thing, or, did you come here some other way? Which is totally fine. I'm just curious, more than anything. Okay, so I need to find a snowball around here. I don't normally... I'm doing well. And yes, my brother and I have completed it twice. Awesome. Okay, so you're definitely series veterans. That's good. Twice on YouTube? Oh, hello. All right. So I think we've put in 2 Cryonis pillars. I may be able to do this in time. We'll see. We'll see. And it looks like we have a shelf of snowballs to work with. Just gotta be really freaking careful. we want to roll this from uphill, right? So that's like up here. Get as far as we can. Ah, no. Yeah. Found you by YouTube. Okay, good, cool. I love when the algorithm works for me. Thank you for answering that, HBK, although you definitely did not have to. Since you love this game, what's your favorite thing about Breath of the Wild? And are there any parts of the game you dislike, out of curiosity? I have to adjust where these pillars are. Alright, so these need to be a little bit more centered, if I can at all help it. Yeah, something like this. My favorite thing about Breath of the Wild is definitely the combat. I maybe not so much the, you know, weapon system, but I do quite enjoy the mechanical depth of combat. I like all the different things you can do with parrying or flurry rushes. I quite enjoy the bevy of elemental weaknesses. Outside of Koroks, because I could go on and on about Koroks, my least favorite thing is definitely the autosave system. I do not like the autosaves working the way they do. And the Koroks are like a close second. And Koroks would be at the top if I were counting them. I don't like how many of them there are. Not necessarily that the Koroks are a bad idea. I don't like that there are 900 of them in somewhat random locations. You love some of the shrines? Okay, cool. I too like some of the shrines, and I could definitely see why you would like them. You dislike the Guardian fights? So when we say Guardian, are you talking about... That is not a great... Yep, I knew that would happen. It's what happens when, Interesting that there's sapphires in these. Are we talking about generic ancient guardians, or are we... Sometimes people say guardian when they mean divine beast or, like, blight fights. Just want to make sure I know exactly where you're coming from, if and you don't mind my asking. Luckily, I do have a save I can... Actually, like I just said, save, not even relevant. Not even relevant. Alright. Okay, get over the hill. Yes! Ancient Guardians? Okay, cool. Thank you for answering that again. Much appreciated. Link, what are you doing? Let go. Oh, I thought I was stuck between two of my own Cryonis pillars. I was not trying to do that for a bit at all. Not even in the slightest. Now with any luck, we can end off on a good note. I'm trying to think of things I want to, like, wrap up on or say. I'm not always the best at this. I am a professional, promise, but I'm definitely not the best at this. Now, HBK, if and you don't mind my asking, do you watch other Breath of the Wild streamers, content creators, or long-form videos? Point Crow, Small Ant, and so on? Or not really? I'm merely curious. I like knowing things about my audience. I always like knowing what breadth of the game they like to experience. Is it strictly the gameplay, or do they consume content related to it? Or meh, not really. Because that's always a fascinating thing to talk about, is other people's content. Please tell me this is a blessing shrine. It probably isn't. But let's see if it is. Yeah, sometimes you watch other streams of this game. That's cool. My favorite content creator for this type of game is definitely Point Crow. Point Crow is a funny dude. He is super on point with the jokes. He is a STEM major like myself, although unlike me, he is actually graduated with his degree. And he is well known for some of the streaming challenges, like the Can't Say X challenge. He's really good at that stuff. Something I can maybe make a middling facsimile of, a replica, a rather poor replica of. While I don't have any of the tools to do it on YouTube, at least not yet, I'm learning how. On Twitch, because we are multi-streaming, Twitch, YouTube, if you want to say hi to each other, feel free. On Twitch, I do have some redemptions for some of the things that Point Crow can have his audience help him do. Not all of them. Maybe the only one is like a Don't Say X challenge. It's definitely not the whole video. It's like 5 minutes. But it is directly inspired by the content he makes. And I quite enjoy it. He genuinely brings a smile to my face. And I hope that I can attempt to do the same. I hope I can do the same. Although, you really don't get to doing that by being anything other than something quite extraordinary. Let me find out what to drop here. Probably a sword? Yeah, we're gonna drop a claymore here. Want to say one of your favorite shrine challenges is the Gut Check Rock Challenge? Ooh, Gut Check Rock Challenge. Let me look that up real quick so I know what you're talking about. My history with this game, for those who are like tuning in at the bottom of the hour or top of the new hour, in terms of the stream, we've been going 4 hours. I have streamed this game one other time before, and I basically got to around where the Rito were, and then stopped. I was a college student then. I was studying to be a molecular biologist at the time, and my schoolwork came first. Sorry, I saw a notice and it distracted me. Go ahead and look up this gut check thing. The gut check. Rock. Breath of the Wild. Tall rock pillar in Breath of the Wild. Ah, it's in Elden, right? Make sure I've looked at the YouTube chat to confirm this. Gut check rock challenge. Okay. Yep. Now, I have been through Death Mountain. I don't know if I ever remember a shrine like that. I think I remember vaguely something like this, but not... Yeah, I remember doing some amount of climbing, but moreover for the minigame. I don't remember a shrine at the end of it. Well, I hope I get to show that off. For those who are in the or not in the know, I am going for 100% full completion of Breath of the Wild. So we'll be getting all the Korok seeds, which I have a map for. We'll be going for all the armor sets, as much dialogue as I can possibly reasonably show everybody. We're going to go for the better ending of the game, all the divine beasts, yada yada, blah blah blah. Hopefully everybody gets the idea of what I'm talking about. So if you're wanting not just generic streamer do thing 589, I'm going to at least attempt to fill that niche, that void for everybody. So I look forward to seeing people back sometime tomorrow, because I will be streaming tomorrow. I stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we go for 4 hours. I'm generally not live at this point, but we had a snafu today. Sometimes I stream on weekends, sometimes I don't. I am thinking about not streaming on Saturdays, like on a more permanent basis, but that's neither here nor there. If you guys are interested, the last thing I'll probably shill here is the Discord. Your favorite divine beast is the elephant? Ooh. Yes, mine is also the elephant. It's like baby's first divine beast. But also I like water puzzles, so there's that. I did genuinely quite enjoy Varuta. But Va Meadow wasn't half bad either. Have not been inside Va Naboris, or I would be able to answer. And Va Rudania, I don't remember much of. I don't particularly remember enjoying it, but I don't know if I hated Va Rudania either. Let me go ahead and make sure that... When was the last time? Yeah, it was pretty recent, but I'm going to post it again. That is my Discord server. You are free to join, or people are free to join it or not, but I am looking to cultivate it one heart and one mind at a time. I have all kinds of goodies in there. I've got a streaming calendar for people who are interested in keeping up with the schedule of the stream. I pretty religiously update the Google Calendar Google Calendar invite that's in there. We have places for posting photos. I release thumbnails and stuff. A great time all around, and it's a pretty quiet community. I hope to become a little bit more closely knit as the year passes. Your brother likes Vanaboris, the camel? Ooh. Is it the puzzle part of the camel, or is it the Thunderblight fight, or both? Or something else altogether? Out of curiosity. I don't know if I assume they would have told you the specifics of why they enjoy it. Okay. Throat nourished. Let's go ahead and wrap things up. Both? Cool. That's awesome. Well, I'm certainly glad they enjoy the whole package of Vanaboris. I know that's one of the more contentious divine beasts, Varudania being the other one. Most people have generally favorable receptions on the easier divine beasts, but Varudania and Vanaboris, for whatever reason, have been a polarized fan base. Something I hope to dig into as we start approaching the end of the game. But if you guys want to vote on things, we do vote on things in the Discord. The Discord is the place to see and participate in that stuff. That is going to do it for today's stream. It's kind of been all over the place. We've talked about some serious geopolitical stuff, but we've also had a chance to at least shoot the breeze about the science, the world of science and its news. And we've also, managed to take quite a tour of Hebra. We're not done with Hebra just yet, but we have maybe like a half of the section I intended to do today left over, and then we'll be done with Hebra. We can finally move to getting Korok seeds in a different region. My name is Coin. Most people call me Coin. That's just easy to say. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Again, we will be back on Monday, that's tomorrow, at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, hopefully without a computer hiccup this time. For you guys on Twitch, I am going to recommend that you guys go check out, let's see, which streamer should I point you guys in the general direction to? Sure. If you guys like variety content, go check out a streamer named Smookit. Pretty sure I got introduced to them through one of Reaver's streams. That sounds about right. It's an LGBT, an art-friendly stream with a whole bunch of, with a whole bunch of stuff going on in there. Definitely check it out. They probably work really hard on their content. Definitely worth checking out. I'm gonna cut and run because I am hungry and have not had dinner yet. You guys have been awesome. I hope to be back tomorrow. Take care of yourselves, my senators and inductees. Do stay safe out there. Join the Discord? Good, good, good. The onboarding process should be pretty automatic, but there are bonus roles in the roles channel, so check those out for more information. But with that, take care of yourselves, my senators and inductees. Do stay safe. Do stay safe out there. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be my DMs or my Discord. And with that, goodbye.